Good evening. It's 6 p.m. and I'd like to call the March 16th special meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to order. Mr. Burnside, roll call, please.
Board Member Nubia Duval-Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford. Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Here.
Board Member. Board Member Kawi Telesford. Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Here.
Board President Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
I got you, Kawi.
Please take note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following matter. A written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 3 p.m. on March 3rd, 2023. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, and the Village Green. The special board meeting this evening will have a presentation from the Business Administration on the 2023-24 preliminary budget for board feedback, discussion, and adoption. The board will be adjourning to executive session in a few minutes and is expected to return around 7:30 p.m. With that, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn to executive session this evening. Whereas, while the Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-6, requires all meetings of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to be held in public, NJSA 10:4-12B sets forth 9 types of matters that may lawfully be discussed in executive session without the public being permitted to attend. And whereas the board has determined that one issue is permitted by NJSA 10:4-12B to be discussed without the public in attendance and shall be discussed during an executive session to be held on Thursday, March 16th, 2023 at 6 p.m. And the 9 exceptions to open the public meeting set forth in NJSA 10:2-4B are listed below, and next to each exception is a box, which will be marked when the issues to be privately discussed fall within that exception. And after each exception is a space for additional information that will disclose as much information about the discussion as possible without undermining the purpose of the exception shall be written. Any material, the disclosure of which constitutes an unwarranted invasion of individual privacy, such as any records, data, reports, recommendations, or other personal material of any educational, training, social service, medical, health, custodial, child protection, rehabilitation, legal defense, welfare, housing, relocation, insurance, and similar program or institution operated by a public body pertaining to any specific individual admitted to or served by such institution or program, including but not limited to information relative to the individual's personal and family circumstances, and any material pertaining to admission, discharge, treatment, progress, or condition of any individual, unless the individual concerned, or in the case of a minor incompetent, his guardian, shall request in writing that the same be disclosed publicly. The nature of the matters described as specifically as possible without undermining the need for confidentiality are private student matters. Any collective bargaining agreement or the terms and conditions of which are proposed for inclusion in any collective bargaining agreement, including the negotiation of terms and conditions with employees or representatives of employees of the public body. Any pending or anticipated litigation or contract negotiation in which the public body is or may become a party, any matters falling within the attorney-client privilege to the extent that confidentiality is required in order for the attorney to exercise his ethical duties as a lawyer, the parties to and docket numbers of each item of litigation and/or the parties to each contract discussed are, and the nature of the discussion, described as specifically as possible without undermining the need for confidentiality are transportation litigation, pending lawsuits, and contract negotiations. Whereas the length of the executive session is estimated to be 60 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education will go into executive session for the above stated reasons only, and be it further resolved that the board hereby declares that its discussion of the aforementioned subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest or disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Eckert. All in favor? The vote appears to be unanimous. We are now adjourning to closed session. Thank you. Okay, great. So please allow me to read the board president's statement for the record. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent, and if the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with administration and the superintendent to assure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. We will now begin with our first hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. I'd like to begin by thanking you for coming in person and dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. We request that you please state your name and town of residence for the record. So the first public speaks is Fabiana Glaspie.
Hi. I'm Fabiana Glaspie from Maplewood. I'm coming to you today to ask for help with the Maplewood Middle School facilities. First of all, we appreciate your responsiveness. We are very happy that the MMS library is now reopened after 9 weeks closed. We are grateful to everyone in the administration and staff who worked so hard to make that happen. Thank you also for replying to our letter. We have some follow-up questions, and we would like to continue this dialogue with you. Our group remains committed to advocating on behalf of MMS, and we are expanding our scope to include district-wide concerns. Regarding facilities, our goal is to partner with you and work together as a community to make sure that all of our schools buildings are safe, orderly, and properly maintained. As a parent of an 8th grader, my child is not going to benefit from the advocacy I am doing now. This is for kids who will come to this school in the future. We know that these things won't be fixed overnight, but we care about all of the kids and their school environment. There are many ongoing health and safety issues at MMS. In specific, we need a new roof sooner rather than later. We appreciate that there is an order to the long-range facility plan, but I have a common sense question. If the roof is leaking and is a continual problem, for instance, if the roof is in bad shape and we fix an office, there is no guarantee that that roof won't give way and leak all over the new front office. Our building also has heating, ventilation, air conditioning work that needs to be done. Can that work be done at the same time as the roof repair? There are many ongoing facility issues at MMS that will require money to fix. We want to make sure that you have the same list that parents and students have regarding what is broken. We would like to be able to give the positive report to families about timeliness for when work will be completed. We know you are making important decisions about the budget this evening. As you make these decisions, we want you to keep in mind MMS. We are on the same team here. We all want safe buildings and work that work properly for our students. Thank you for all you do for our kids, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Fabiana. Next up, we have T.J. Whitaker.
Good evening. My name is TJ Whitaker. I'm a teacher at Columbia High School. I'm also the Assistant Affirmative Action Officer for the district with Dr. Gilbert, but I'm here tonight to speak as a co-founder of Maplewood Freedom School. At the last board meeting, there was a motion made for Maplewood Freedom School to have liaison, upon which in the discussion at the end, there were some concerns. And a couple of board members didn't know who we were. We were, an unknown group. And I thought that that was just a little bit less than adequate in terms of the work that we've done for this district. So starting in 2016, on the heels of over 40 students from Columbia High School being herded out of our community by the Maplewood police, it was Maplewood Freedom School teachers who supported those students for over a year. It was a huge embarrassment to the Maplewood and South Orange community. The police chief ended up getting fired. And it was after that, our support for our students over a year, that we became an official group. We began doing professional development. Our mission is to provide racial justice education for teachers, students, and community members. So since 2016, we've been doing that. Providing professional development in terms of anti-racist education, cultural relevancy for our peers in the district and around the state. We've been the state chair for the Black Lives Matter at School Coalition. We have provided community programs that are always open. Board members have attended our program. So for people to say we are unknown, I think it speaks more to their lack of education about who we are than our work. But to continue, last year we had Derica Purnell. We've had a number of book parties and book signings related to social justice. Folks can check our Twitter page. Folks can check our Instagram page. Just last month, we had an event focusing on the Panther 21, the Black Panther Party, speaking again to cultural relevancy. Next week, we'll have an event with Dr. Ashley Farmer from the University of Texas, reading, writing, and teaching about radical Black women. But in the last 30 seconds, I just want to talk about, in the coming days, in the coming weeks, we're going to be celebrating the Eid holiday. Right? You should know that it was Maplewood Freedom School that supported the Muslim teachers and the Muslim students right in this district before Eid was ever brought up. We were the first ones to bring up Muslims in our professional development. Okay, so this district needs Maplewood Freedom School more than Maplewood Freedom School needs this district. We will continue our work with or without a liaison. Thank you.
Thank you, TJ. Now Now we're going to go to our online public speaks. Sorry, I'm just going to pull it up here. The first person we have listed is Rachel Benjamin.
Hi, good evening. Just trying to start my video. Oh. Okay, I have a little audio issue. So good evening. My name is Rachel Benjamin, and I've lived in Maplewood for 17 years. I have 2 children in the Maplewood School District for the last 9 years. My children have attended Tuscan Elementary School from kindergarten through 5th grade, and are currently attending Maplewood Middle School. I come to you tonight about Maplewood Middle School and the Maplewood School District itself. We moved to this neighborhood because of the educational standard that I presented. However, I didn't expect to bargain certain basic necessities in order to have a good education for my children. I wish the building standards were held to the same degree as the education that is provided. Since elementary school at Tuscan, there have been issues with the maintenance of the building. Broken and contaminated water fountains, bug infestations, rodent infestations, and plumbing issues. Now we again have to deal with basic building maintenance issues in Maplewood Middle School. Our children are dealing with tiles falling down in the classroom as they try to engage a lesson, pipes bursting and rendering certain parts of the building unusable, ceiling leaks, unreliable elevators, bug infestations, and contaminated water fountains again. One of my daughters actually has to use the elevator, and she's never sure if it will work or if she'll get stuck and no one will be able to help her as the emergency call button does not work. My child has been instructed to keep her phone on her so she can call someone in case she gets stuck in the elevator. That is not a safe option. Apparently, also, there's no sensor on the door of the elevator to prevent the elevator from closing in on her, right? Which also means that that can cause a safety hazard for her being using the elevator, being that she has to use it. The ceiling leaks and falling debris in the classrooms are quite concerning as well, especially as the school is older. Has there been any assessment of the materials that were previously used in the building construction to determine if they pose a health risk to our children? Our children should only have to worry about school projects and good grades, not whether or not something will fall on them as they move from class to class, or if they will get sick if they drink from the water fountain. It seems as they progress through the educational levels in the Maplewood school system, the building maintenance seems to get worse. As my children get ready to move on to Columbia High School, what building conditions await them? When they should be focusing on preparing for their future in college, will they be dodging collapsing ceilings on their way to class? These conditions are unsafe for our kids' health and mental well-being. They do need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. The last online public speaks is from Mayani Lawson.
Do we not turn the camera on? We're just unmuted? Is that what it is? Hello?
Mayani, we can't hear you very well.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You don't have to turn on the camera, but if you want to, go for it.
Oh, okay. All right. I will go ahead and let you see who's talking to you. Hello. All right. Good evening. My name is Miani Lawson, and I recently moved to Maplewood in September of 2022. And I reside here with my husband and our 2 children who are ages 4 and 12. Our family chose to move to Maplewood after living in Jersey City for over 20 years, and we decided to move here for the quality of life that the town could offer. Jersey City has over 283,000 residents, while Maplewood has just 25,000 residents. And Jersey City can be a very transient place, where Maplewood seems to be a place where families settle for the duration and raise their children. When I learned that my daughter was going to be attending Maplewood Middle School based on the Intentional Integration Initiative placement algorithm, we drove by the school, we walked the grounds a bit. We were very excited for her new journey. And then on the day that she was able to start, I was able to venture inside the school building while she got situated with her guidance counselor. I was a bit taken aback when I entered, when I saw a few broken lockers, some peeling paint, and a light out in one of the hallways. I didn't think too much about it, but noted that it wasn't what I had expected. My daughter seemed to be enjoying her classes and the school overall. She was making friends, so I was very happy about this. Then in October, she came home and told me that they had to put up caution tape in one part of the building because there was a leak. And there was also an email from Ms. Grinnell about significant water intrusion. And then I know facilities issues can happen, especially in older buildings. So again, I noted that in my mentor Rolodex. But then in January, we received another email about a large leak that caused damage to the lower gym in the library, causing them to close. So then I started to think, well, this seems to be an ongoing situation. I really believe that parents should be involved in their children's education to the best of their ability, and that schools and school districts, supplemental education services, and parents should partner for the best outcomes for our children. So I joined the Parents Facilities Working Group in order to try and learn more about the situation. Our group has been gathering information, and Dr. Taylor, I would say, has been the most responsive superintendent I've ever met. He's always responded to the inquiries from members of the group. And what we would like is a more comprehensive responses at this time so that we have a full understanding of the district's long-range facilities plans decisions, as well as the issues we are seeing in order to prevent them from continuing in the future when it comes to routine maintenance. We understand that everyone in this district office is very busy, and we respect that. And we hope that there is also respect on the part of the district that this situation is serious and deserves attention in a comprehensive manner. We've had several speakers speak, so I won't, continue to talk about that. But my goal is really that we can have to respectfully request more comprehensive communication around this situation so that we have a complete understanding about what is going on. Thank you very much for taking taking the time to listen to me, and I look forward to hearing from you soon.
Thank you, Miani. So with that, that concludes public speaks. Dr. Taylor, did you want to respond?
Thank you to our board president, and good evening to everyone. And thank you for taking time out of your evening to be with us. For those who don't normally attend these meetings, I do try to reply to public speaks here with information that I have available, even though many times our attorneys might not like that I do so. But I want you all to leave with the same information. So to those who brought public speaks regarding Maplewood Middle School, we certainly appreciate your feedback. I was actually in President's Council meeting with the PTA and HSA presidents last evening, and we were engaging with the representative there. And as the previous speaker noted, and thank you for the compliment, we try to be as responsive as we can. And we do have a bid that's going out for Maplewood Middle School connected to our long-range facilities plan. And we're excited to see what the response to that bid is. And we also want you to know that we are working with your principal to also send comprehensive updates so that you can know specifically what occurred. Unfortunately, there's a reason why we have a substantial construction referendum that our community was so generous in allowing us to have, because we needed it. There were years of disrepair in all of our school buildings, and we're making a lot of progress with those repairs, but we know that we are far from done. And so when we have an update, we will be sure to provide it. And when you watch or attend these meetings, Mr. Burnside often gives construction and emergent facilities updates during his opening comments. So I encourage you to come to our meetings and watch them online if you can't come, and go back and look at some of the previous ones, because there are comments on there that speak to some of your concerns. Mr. Whitaker, you still here? Oh, thank you for bringing your comments, and thank you for all that you and Maps for Freedom School do for our students and staff. Just acknowledging your comments, and I'm sure that the board also heard them and acknowledged them as we're moving forward. Madam President, those are all of my responses.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. We're now going to transition to the budget hearing, so I'll pass the baton back to Dr. Taylor for the presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen here. Mr. Bonds is our backup, as always. One second here. We're up, okay. So again, thank you for joining us this evening. And before we begin our budget presentation, please allow me to introduce Mr. Patrick Carrick of Lennox Law. Patrick serves as the board's labor counsel and has for a number of years. He will be assisting us as a temporary solicitor as we transition our legal services. You want to wave at everyone, Patrick?
Hi, everybody. Hi, Ms. Lopez.
All right. So just a brief opening statement here. As you will see in this presentation, our budget process was extremely challenging this year. And some of those challenges include a working budget shortfall due to unexpected increases in health benefits of $1.25 million, special education costs of $2.25 million, and out-of-district transportation of $500,000. However, with the implementation of thoughtful measures, such as a halt on discretionary spending, we are confident that we can cover the $4 to $5 million needed for the rest of our current school year. It will, however, be necessary to utilize $1 million from next year's unassigned fund balance. These are all unforeseen increases that we unfortunately experienced in the same year. According to our auditor, who was here at our last board meeting, they are seeing this in many school districts, especially those that belong to the state health plan. With some careful considerations of spending and hiring, these challenges will be considerable but accomplishable. Come on. While these challenges are significant, we are very pleased that we can continue our investment in the academic and social-emotional supports we put in place to continue to combat the impact of COVID-19 on our students and staff that align with our district goals. As a reminder of some of these investments, for those who were not a part of our previous year's budget cycles, we have added 4 district academic coaches. We had 0 in 2020, 2 in 21-22, and 4 in our current school year. They will be maintained in this budget. We have 2 challenge day activities planned for each of our secondary schools. As a matter of fact, SOMS is in the middle of their challenge day today and tomorrow. We have some updated fabulous pictures that we're going to be sharing with everyone from each of those updates. We're excited that we can keep and maintain our 2 additional STEM support teachers for each of our middle schools and the 1 additional non-special services mental health support staff member that we have provided for each of our middle schools. We are excited that we can continue to maintain our new communities and school safety and security director and continue our expanded summer programs, which include summer school ESY and summer enrichment. We are continuing our partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools, and I'm excited to announce that next month they will travel with me and Mr. Sanchez and a few other team members to our monthly Essex County Executive Superintendent's monthly meeting to present to all the other superintendents in Essex County the data from our partnership. The fantastic results that we share with our CNI Board of Education Committee around our humanities scheduling, we will be able to continue that. The Saturday Academy at both middle schools will also continue, as well as our ELL after-school program and mentoring program. Our SLAM Lab supports at CHS will also continue. And here's just a breakdown of this year's design of some of those supports led by Ms. Hicks. I'll just pause there for everyone. One of the things to highlight on the asterisk of interns, in previous presentations, we've spoken about our efforts to engage more of our local universities, to add more socio-emotional interns to our schools. And here's an example of some of those activities that they are helping us to lead. Ensuring that all of our SOMSD students, with an emphasis on kids of color and all those who have been underrepresented students, it's our goal to ensure that they have access to our most rigorous courses. With these embedded interventions that triangulate that support through multiple modalities, we know that this work will continue and result in them having the tools and support to realize their greatest academic potential and social-emotional growth. Now to Mr. Burnside.
Good evening, everyone. So tonight we're going to cover the budget development process, projected revenue, enrollment, expenditures, tax impact, and the budget calendar. First up is the budget development process. Administration started budget meetings in September this year as opposed to November of last year. We collaborated to make a list of the next steps. This involved identifying areas of opportunity to implement efficiencies and save money inside and outside the classroom. Administrators also communicated their needs and wants at each school. This budget was created to be lean and was built keeping in mind that it was not an option to have any impact on intentional integration or construction. This was the same goal as last year. One of the early steps is to estimate and identify what the possible revenue of the district is going to be. This included the tax levy, state and federal aid, and any other adjustments. After projecting the revenue side of the budget, we moved on to identify what the district's expenditures would be. As the expenditures are identified and we receive the official state aid notices, the district can determine if there's a surplus or a deficit. In order to balance the budget, the goals and priorities of the district are used as guidelines. This includes using any adjustments if available and any projects that might require the use of our reserve funds. We start with evaluating the revenue. The two main sources of this district's revenue are the local tax levy and state aid. The tax levy increase is $4,399,632 for the 23-24 school year. This is a combination of the allowable 2% cap increase as well as the allowable healthcare adjustments of 1.4% and that or $1,836,324. Healthcare costs are increasing by approximately $3.7 million for the 23-24 school year. We always budget our extraordinary aid the same year to year as this funding isn't awarded until July. The audited fund balance is the remaining funds as of June 30th, 2022 that must carry into the 23-24 school year. Before the pandemic, the state allowed the school district to carry 2% of our general fund budget as a surplus for the next year. During the pandemic, that percentage increased to 4%. Now that the pandemic is over, the state lowered the percentage back down to 2%. This is our unassigned fund balance. This budget does include the use of $407,735 withdrawal for a partial roof replacement at Clinton and a withdrawal of $1 million in maintenance reserve. The district does implement procedures to maximize interest earning opportunities and receive some tuition-based students. We are conservative in our budget with regard to the state and federal grants as we don't apply for these grants until June. We budget 80% in case there are reductions. This also shows a decrease as the COVID relief funds are being spent. One of the biggest increases this year was our preschool aid. The increase was approximately $2.3 million, and this is revenue outside of the general fund and can only be spent on preschoolers attending Montrose or one of our outside providers. This is the operating revenue that is currently being budgeted for the 23-24 school year, and that is going to be $169,899,820. The district is currently receiving $2,424,787 in debt service aid. This debt service aid increased the year according to the schedule of our bond payments. This is a combination of interest earned on our bond funds and the closing of older construction projects. These funds are used to offset our future debt service payment. This is our revenue source distribution chart. This pie chart shows that 83.9% of the district's budget is financed by the local tax levy, and 5.9% of the district's budget comes from state aid. This is also important when the state looks at our local fair share calculation to see how much a district can afford to contribute toward the adequacy budget. This number is calculated by entering a town's equalized value and aggregate income into a formula. If the state doesn't believe a community is collecting enough tax revenue, they may decrease the state aid. This is a chart comparing the snapshot of our enrollment. You can see that our enrollment has increased by 99 students compared to the prior year. This is an encouraging trend that we hope will continue. So this is our expenditures broken out by category: salaries and contracted services, benefits, tuition, transportation, and schools by department, and a plethora of special services, technology, curriculum, etc. We'll start with the salaries and contracted services. This budget is anticipating contractual contract increases. Those are going to be our outsourced vendors, because the state requires us to perform a public bid every so often. And this year we're going to have some custodial bids, HVAC, plumbing, and refuse and recycling. There is funding to support an increase in contract services areas because of staffing issues and rising wages. The cost of substitutes is increasing as well, partly due to a talent shortage. Funding for our summer programs has increased with additional staff. We will continue some deep cleaning into our schools. This has been proven to be effective, especially during the flu season. You will notice a slight decrease in the category with special services, technology, curriculum, and et cetera. This is where the one-time COVID relief funds were budgeted, and it will be being spent and expiring at the same time. The district is continuing our summer programs, as I mentioned, and students are going to have access to tutoring next year. We will continue to invest in ongoing capital projects within the district. The district does have programs in district to support special needs students. Our special services department continues on strategies to build these programs. Our out-of-district tuition on average increases about 5% every year. Our preschool funds are for regular education services only. The preschool program is run as a full inclusion program. The district does reserve seats for special needs children to participate in full inclusion programs, and the district has to fund special services portion of the preschool education. There is a transfer in the budget, and it comes out of this category of the budget. As you can see, we did increase funding for transportation. These increases are necessary for the possible renewal of routes or if a public bid is necessary. These increases also include redistricting, out-of-district placements, and we are also reviewing and exploring shared services and a reevaluation of all in-district routes. This expenditure shows a myriad of expenses. However, this expenditure did have an increase in anticipated supply needs. Our special services, technology, curriculum, maintenance, and operations. In this group of expenditures, there was only a slight decrease. That was because we are using $1 million of our maintenance reserve. South Orange Maplewood School District has established a stable base with reserve funds, providing some security for emergency situations. The funds from our capital reserve and maintenance reserve could be used to soften any impact of an emergency, as well as close any budget gap that might be left to balance the budget by reducing maintenance supply accounts or capital projects being supported by the general fund. This year, we're using $1 million of our maintenance reserve and approximately $407,000 of our capital reserve, and that's for the roof at Clinton. This will leave us with approximately $2.7 million in maintenance reserve and about $9 million in our capital reserve. This slide shows that tonight we do have a balanced budget. So this is our tax impact, and this is going to reflect the impact of our health benefits adjustment on increasing the tax levy from 2% to 3.4%. You can see last year our tax levy was about $128 million, and this year it's going to jump up to $132 million. But with the additional debt service aid, the overall impact is 2.3%. This is because we received some tax relief with the closeout of completed projects and interest earned on the bond money. And this is what our debt service looks like. Our payment this year will be approximately $11.4 million. That's interest and principal. So now some budget highlights. Again, this is going to be the second year that we had a lot of technology built into this budget. We did do another lease purchase finance for $1.5 million, and you can see we're using it to purchase Chromebooks, a firewall, service environment and backup upgrade, new laptops, more security cameras, fiber upgrade, network wiring, and some more AV classroom AV. In this budget, we're also going to introduce a new math curriculum for K-5. Like I said, we have the new roof at Clinton and also a new maintenance truck with a plow. This will replace the last of our flood damages from Ida. And last but not least, we have our separate proposal. The district is seeking the approval of the Board of School Estimate to increase the tax levy an additional $1,820,000 for courtesy transportation at 1.25 miles and above. However, there was a slight change. This is going to be for pre-K through 5th grade, not just elementary school students. This request will result in a permanent increase in the tax levy.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. To our board president, if there are questions from the board, we are prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside and Dr. Taylor. Do you have any questions from the board? Okay, you have to read. Okay, Board Member Malaspina.
Hi, Dr. Taylor. I have a few questions and concerns related to this. I'll start with the budget overage of $4 to $5 million that we learned about. The shortfall is very concerning, and I have a few questions related to it. When did the current BOE learn about this? Because I just found out about this last month. I don't know if that's directed towards Mr. Burnside or to
I'll take that
the
question.
current
That's not a problem.
teacher.
I believe we discussed this in FFT, and I think I first identified this. It started with an increase in special services, and that's when I first noticed that we were having a spike in the budget, and I identified that back in November, maybe early December. I'm pretty sure I brought it to the FFT committee. Probably at the November FFT meeting. I'd have to look at the minutes.
Okay.
And then we started talking about it, and it just kind of manifested itself from then.
I am asking that the FFT and the board as a whole investigate how this was allowed to occur without all BOE members knowing about it, and also that we put in place policies and procedures and safeguards to make sure something like this doesn't happen again. Best practice dictates that as soon as we are over budget, over the budgeted amount, that the full board was notified and that the board approves any spending over that amount. That was not done here, and I am not okay with this. I found out about it last month, and I had no knowledge prior to that. So I am asking that we move forward with that. My other question to you is one that is related to the budget itself, the cost center analysis that we saw. I saw that at the present moment, we are not putting any money into the high school budget for the library services, and I understand that it's because of the fact that the high school library will be in transition, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be providing services for the library. And I want to make sure that there is money for ebooks, e-resources, and other databases so that our students have the ability to have access to information and knowledge, because that is something extremely important. And not having access to books at the present time will be detrimental already. So I want to make sure that we are funding our budget in a way that allows that to still occur.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Board Member Vadlamani and then Board Member Eckert.
So at some point, the user-friendly budget, this budget will be available on the website, correct? I mean, once we kind of,
Within 24 hours after the budget's approved, it goes on the website.
cool. And what about the, supporting reports that go along with it, something like a cost center report, or would that something be put up there, or is it something that is just normally not put up on the website?
I believe it's an attachment on Board Docs. It's available there.
Thank you, Board Member Vadlamani. Board Member Eckert.
Looking at the shortfall, have we considered private healthcare? I know that it is, to my understanding, that many school districts are pivoting. It may not save a ton, but it could potentially save us enough to get us out of a hole.
So yes, while developing the budget, we did work with our healthcare broker. He did not recommend that for us. Okay.
Thank you, Board Member Eckert, for that question. I can tell you from previous experience that I've seen mixed reviews on it, right? That going to private options and breaking up your coverage, breaking up your health care, breaking up all the other pieces of the healthcare plan to go out to private can save funds, but it also becomes a little bit unsteady. But one of the benefits of it can be that we have to provide the same services regardless of who is providing it. So whatever private options, they do have to meet the state health care plan. So we, during our EC meeting this week, we talked about it and exploring further with our healthcare broker, and we're considering bringing the broker to the FFT committee to talk more about it.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for showing us in the beginning how our goals, district goals, are matching and being supported by the budget. I did have one thought on that, which is I saw a lot of SEL, restorative justice, or mostly SEL, at the middle school and high school, and I think it would be interesting, maybe something that we talk about in FFT is breaking down how the elementary schools, how the budget and how the programs are being allocated at the elementary school level, just to make sure that they are receiving the same amount of services and opportunities as the middle school and high school. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that you'll also see a lot of that information in our SEL plans that each school develops. So we'll be happy to share that information.
Are there any other questions from, okay, Board Member Malaspina.
Okay, I think it's on. It's hard to see. So my other question slash ask is that a lot of these cost overages and what we are seeing are related to our outsourcing services. So I am asking that we really look into making sure that we are getting the best deals with all of them, and that we are saving as much money as possible related to those, be it paraprofessionals, be it anything that we are outsourcing. We need to be really looking at to make sure that we are doing the best possible and making sure everything is above, like we are getting the best deal possible.
Thank you. Yeah, and we've been having discussions with our para provider, very serious discussions, understanding that the paras that are written into IEPs and 504s are non-negotiable, right? And so we have a lot of internal controls looking at who is being provided, making sure that they're coming to work. If they don't come to work, we're not being charged, all those internal controls. And we're looking at the option of going out to bid to see if there's other providers that maybe can give us a better deal, but still provide the same services. So we are taking that into consideration.
I just want to make one comment. We identified this situation very early. We are not over budget. We identified it, and we're taking steps so we don't go over budget.
I'm going to ask a question. Are there any capital improvements planned for Maplewood Middle School that fall outside of the long-range facilities plan?
No, only because we're waiting for the bid to come back to see how that falls in line with our budget. And then we can pivot to use capital reserve to make improvements.
Because I know the long-range facilities plan doesn't include the laundry list of repairs and maintenance concerns at Maplewood Middle, and it sounds like it's one of our schools that's, from a facility standpoint, is the most troubling. And so we can do that work simultaneously, right? Where we can say, okay, here, let's prioritize the work that needs to get done that's not part of long-range facilities plan, and see what we can afford to do in the 23-24 budget, so we can start making this school what it should be for our students.
So I would just point to the work that we're doing now, right? That the challenges that we're experiencing, that we are actively engaged in bringing back online, we're not a part of the long-range plans, and we're able to address them with the funds that Mr. Burnside has referenced. And I think that making sure that our bids come back strong, and that even if there are, what's the word for the things that are extra in the bid, the contingencies all match up, and we can decide. I wouldn't want to make a decision on a single school without having to have a same conversation about other schools, right? Just because we don't hear from them doesn't mean that they aren't challenged as well. And we know that we've kept the FFT committee up to date with some other serious situations that happen at other schools, whether it be the beam at Seth Boyden or other challenges, the roof at Clinton, et cetera. So we're definitely locked in. I go there personally to look at those situations that happen and check in with the principal to make sure that that they're in a safe situation, right? And so we definitely can look into that and keep the FFT committee updated on it.
And I do have one other question, and it's just regarding ESSER funding, because in the presentation, it'll say ESSER funding. I know that there were different PDFs that were sent, but could you just give us a snapshot of how much we've allocated to date and what our plan of spending is for this upcoming year? Because the ESSER funding's sunset and the deadline to spend those dollars is September of 2024. So I just want to make sure we understand how much in that budget will be future ESSER funds, and then for the remaining amount that we have left to spend, what's our plan in making sure we spend those funds by the end of the year, or by the end of September?
Okay. I apologize, I don't have exact numbers in front of me. However, we do have a plan that I did send out to the entire board last night with each budget for each grant. And we have a plan in place for, there's like 6 or 7 different ones. And each one has a plan in place that you can see.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, it would be helpful if we could, if after this, like we could get a snapshot, of dollar amounts and all of that so we can see, and then obviously reference the PDFs that include the different, because we don't live and breathe this, so we just need to understand where we're at and where we're intending to go by the end of the year.
So one of the recommendations or requests that we were asked to consider was a monthly snapshot and the paying down, and we're fine with that. And again, want to emphasize in this presentation that a significant part of that plan, and all those funds require planned spending, is the summer investment, right? That's why we've talked about how robust our summer is. It's been increasing every year for the last 2 to 3 years, and so we can definitely share that information, and you'll see a large chunk of spending this summer.
Does anyone else have any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Taylor and Mr. Burnside. We'll now move on to the action portion of the meeting. So I hand the meeting back to Dr. Taylor to lead us through that.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, we're asking you to consider this evening Resolution 4427. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, now we are open for discussion for Resolution 4427. Does anyone have? Okay, Board Member Malaspina.
I'm sorry, can I just look at your thing quick? Because I'm not up. 4427 is the preliminary budget proposal. Sorry, just want to make sure I was speaking on the right thing. My ask in the future is that we get this information ahead of time, or more ahead of time than we got it. We really only had 24 hours to look at this and digest it, and that is a little concerning to me. It gives me pause in voting, because to understand such a budget, I think really needs to be in an in-depth discussion. And in the past, previously, under previous board administrators, there were multiple discussions around our budget. Business administrators, sorry, that there were multiple discussions. Some happened in January, some happened in March, in February and March. It went through FFT committee, and that did not occur here. And so I am asking that in the future we make sure that that does occur.
That is noted. I know Mr. Burnside shared our budget development process, and this information was shared with our FFT. FFT was really involved with the discussion, but we note that concern. I've been in budget budget processes that took on many different designs. So if it's the preference of the board to have multiple special budget meetings, we will of course comply with that and be happy to do so.
Also, the state keeps moving back our audit, and there's certain numbers that I have to wait for before I can even complete the budget. And my hands were tied. I couldn't move forward until I got certain numbers from the audit.
Any additional questions or comments from the board? Board Member Deval-Wilson?
Yeah, I'll just say to Mr. Burnside's point, like March 1st, March 2nd was when we got the update on aid, and so that doesn't leave a lot of time. But to Board Member Melisina's point, maybe there is a tiered approach that can happen for next year where, you know, it's like, this is level A of what we have so far, and that will allow members to have more time, for all of us to have more time. But I know this was unprecedented to get this aid information so late. Thank you, government.
Yeah.
There's always key learnings, and so we can plan, if this happens again, to have a tiered approach to sharing information, rather. Does that making sense? Okay, thank you.
I can just share in previous places when I've had that approach, there were also concerns about the lack of finality, right? Because until we get the state aid and the audit numbers, there is a bit of lack of clarity, right? We're giving you the snapshots and there's a lot of space in there. So we definitely note that and can talk about that next budget season. When we are sitting here again, we'll be more than happy to share information. Might not be close to final, but keeping everyone abreast.
Any other questions? Board Member Eckert?
Not necessarily a question, but just kind of reiterating what Board Member Malaspina mentioned, like it was very, honestly, like a little stressful to get something so big to vote on and approve within 24 or 36 hours. I do appreciate that your hands are tied, and I totally understand that. And I don't know necessarily that the answer is multiple, you know, I mean, how many meetings do you all already have, do we already have? But just being creative about how we can get to a better place. I think, you know, I also am giving pause right now because I'm struggling to be comfortable that I have like the full picture, given just, you know, the time that we got it. So, thank you.
Well, one thing that I hope would make you feel comfortable and others is that this is the first step in this process, right? If the board sees fit to approve this budget, it goes to the county for an even higher level review and then bounces back to you for further consideration. So this is not the final vote you'll have on this budget.
Any other questions or comments? Oh, Board Member Valamonte.
I mean, I've been trying very hard not to respond, but I mean, I got to jump in and defend the business office. I mean, we did get, the FFT got it. I'm looking at my emails and, you know, March 11th. I'm not saying that, you know, we had many months to look at it, but we did get multiple meetings about preliminary projects and how they're having trouble balancing it and multiple such conversations. I mean, the president of the board and the second vice president are on the FFT committee. I mean, saying that this information is not flowing through is not exactly, well, I mean, I don't know where the problem is then. So we talked about this in FFT. I mean, not all the details. I understand that. I mean, to his point, there are many numbers in there that don't come out. But we've known more or less what's going to happen in the budget for the entirety of this month. So I don't know how much more lead time we need to understand that. So anyway, I'm jumping in to defend the business office because I know they work very hard. Right? And they also have, on top of that, they have a fiduciary duty. I mean, they're not sitting out there and cooking up numbers. It's a very serious document put out. So I don't want to cast any aspersions on the process or the numbers in there. Yes, we may not understand the numbers, but they are opaque and they take forever to understand. But pointing out and saying that, you know, process was not followed or whatever, that's, I mean, I want to push back on that.
Thank you, Board Member Valamonte. Are there any other questions or comments? One thing I'll add, and, we talked about it yesterday, but not pushing back, and there's no blame here, but just thinking, how do we improve going forward, right? Because when we got the budget, the things that I know from FFT, what we really have spoken about and what we've spent a lot of time on is transportation. So as a board member, I felt pretty fluent in that. But when it came to, last month, we learned about the 4.5 million expenditure, and now we're looking at a budget. There wasn't necessarily context around, is this budget a reflection of our statement of priorities as a district, right? Our budget's supposed to be our value statement. And then also, what were the changes? Because like you said, we don't live and breathe this every day. So we're looking at cost center numbers. We're not understanding what cost center numbers have gone up, what have gone down, what were the priorities that were shared by the district? Does this reflect our district goals? And so I really appreciate that the administration heard that. We've added some slides that spoke to the investments we're making in SEL, among other things. And so I don't think that this is pointing fingers at anyone. It's more just, here's some constructive feedback so that this process feels more iterative, inclusive going forward, and that we as board members feel informed. Because we're just looking at numbers, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is great, but I have nothing to compare it to and understand what the fundamental changes were.
Thank you, that's noted. And also just to reinforce all the work that the business office does, right? We know that all the back and forth and all the analysis and the options that the board considers, we try to give you as much information as possible. And again, we're open to adding more sessions. I just want to make sure that when we do that, that the expectations are understood. And we greatly appreciate the feedback because it helps our presentations to be better understood and helps the board to have a better handle on what you're voting on and the impact of it. So I think one of the big pieces that's in here that I said quickly is that there are no rifts in this budget, right? That we were able to address skyrocketing challenges without having to do swaths of releases of folks in our district who we value. That's why we wanted to point out all the programming that was put in to stop learning loss and address SEL concerns is maintaining and growing. So thank you for the feedback.
Are there any other board questions or board statements? Because if not, we will move on to voting on Resolution 4427. Oh, Board Member Valdemonte.
The document says 4427 A to D. Is that right, or is this a standalone? This is A to D, correct?
It's everything. It's
everything.
There are multiple resolutions there. Okay. If you would like, I can read those letters into the. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or comments, we'll close discussion. Mr. Burnside, can you please call the roll on Resolution 4427 A through D from the top?
Board Member Duvall Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Motion's passed.
Thank you. That now concludes the action portion of the meeting. So we will begin our second hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. I'd like to begin by thanking you for coming in person and dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given, okay, I guess I can stop because we don't have public speaks, so thank you. Okay, great. So that concludes our public speaks for the evening. So
Wait, did you check online?
I did.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
And there's nobody who wants to speak?
Okay, no. Okay. All right. Okay, so yes, we request that you please state your name and town of residence for the record.
It's coming. Is there a little button there with the face on it? Yes?
Okay. Hi, Rocio Lopez, Maplewood resident. president of SOMEA, teacher at Columbia High School, and many more things, right? Good night, I'm glad that we're gonna be going home soon, but my only concern is, I look at the transportation, and again, I know this is preliminary, but looking at how much we were saving by outsourcing transportation last year, that it was pretty much the same amount that it's gonna cost us next year, I was wondering if maybe it would be better to bring back our busing, so then we can give busing to all the people that lost busing, and we will be done with all these issues that we're having for pretty much the same money. Because my understanding was that the district was saving like around $1,900,000, I think. And now I saw $1,800,000 more that it's gonna cost us next year. I understand that maybe the health insurance might go up a little bit, but if the numbers are only between $100,000 or $200,000, and we've been having the whole year issues with transportation, wouldn't it make sense to bring our own people, have our kids safer, and also make all the people in the community happy? And just my thoughts, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocio. We have another public speaks from Jeff Bennett.
I came here tonight just in case there's going to be a discussion of the $1.8 million amount for additional transportation next year, which of course is very good. But I'm here to ask the Board of Education to just clarify with the business office that they're assuming that the new routes will be tiered, because at the October 6th Board of School Estimate meeting, there was an assumption that new routes would not be tiered. I also asked the Board of Ed to ask questions about if new riders would be able to be accommodated on existing routes, because even if you cap our existing routes at just 80%, you still have over 400 unassigned seats. So if we kept our bus fleet at the same size next year, we'd still have hundreds of empty seats that we could use for kids. I also asked the Board of Ed to consider that we might be able to save some money by increasing 24 passenger buses to 54 passenger buses, because that would mean another 30 kids per bus, depending on what you cap the bus capacity at. So the $1.8 million plus I think it was like $3.5 million in the regular tax increase, that's like a 4.5% or 4.8% tax increase, which is very, very large. And it really would be painful for a lot of people. Like certainly some additional tax increase is necessary for additional busing, but I think that if we can, we should also seek to make sure that our bus fleet is as efficient as possible. You may have seen studies from the state that show that South Orange Maplewood has the least efficient bus system of any large district in Essex County. It's nothing to be proud of. So we really can bus a lot more kids with our existing fleet. We do need to spend more. We do need to have more routes. But the $1.8 million estimate, it really stands out to me as something much, much higher than it should, based on what bona fide transportation experts told me. And it's also shocking because it only starts busing at 1.25 miles. I think we should really start busing at 1.0 miles because there are a lot of kids between 1 and 1.25 miles who are not assigned to their nearest school. That includes kids who live super close to one school but are assigned to a different school. Like a lot of our pairs of elementary schools like Clinton and Marshall, Boyden and Tuscan, and Boyden and Clinton are actually within 1.25 miles of each other. So if we're not busing until 1.25 miles, the families who live super close to an elementary school and are assigned to another elementary school for integration won't get buses. And to me, that's something we should think about. I'm not in that category myself, but for people who are really close to school and not assigned there, not having a bus would be painful for them, I think. Thank you very much. Again, just looking forward to questions to clarify what is included in transportation for next year and what assumptions are made about having the most efficient bus network possible. Thank you.
And I forgot to say filters. We're losing all the filters because we don't have busing. All the elementary kids, they used to go to
Okay. Thank you, Rocio and Jeff. And with that, that concludes public speak. So we'll see if Dr. Taylor would like to respond.
Thank you. I think that the board's actions this evening speak for themselves. And because this topic is still in litigation, I won't be able to comment on it, but I believe that the board's actions do speak for themselves. In the Board of School Estimate meeting, there will be some of the questions that were asked this evening, and they'll be asked and answered, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay, so we will move on to the last portion of the meeting, which is new business, and wanted to ask my board colleagues if they have any new business for this evening.
Madam President, I believe we had one concerning, concerning a committee structure for,
Okay,
yes, and I'll let our attorney lead us through that.
Sure. So what was being proposed was a motion to approve the establishment of committees to hear HIB appeals and residency appeals. I had reviewed your bylaws, and they require board authorization to establish a new committee. And so it was my recommendation to you to take that vote so that you can create those committees, which I think are necessary for a board that operates a school district this size, so it can be efficient and address things in a timely manner, which in many respects is required by law. And so I'll state the motion, if that will help. It would be a motion to approve the establishment of committees to hear HIB and residency appeals.
do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. We're now open for discussion about this resolution. Seeing no discussion to be had, we will call the roll.
This would be a voice vote. You can do it all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Any other new business for this evening? Okay. Seeing none, I'm now going to close new business and make a motion to go back into closed session. Make a motion to go back in closed session. It's 8:40 PM. We will be going to closed session to discuss litigation. We will reconvene only to immediately adjourn. So may I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So that appears to be unanimous. So I will see you all. Thank you so much for coming and joining us this evening.
me, for me, I like having the paper, the backpack, everything, it doesn't fall my stuff. It takes everything is in good care over there.
See something to sell, backpack. Everyone made fun of me with my backpack. I said, man,
Now you know.
now you know.
Ah, the best
I'd like to make the following motion. A meeting of the Board of School Estimate will be held on Tuesday, March 28th, 2023 at 5 p.m. at the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education Administration Building, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, for the purpose of discussing transportation. Action may be taken. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, March 30th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. in the District Meeting Room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into a closed session in the superintendent's office, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be 7:30 p.m. in the District Meeting Room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, in person, utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include hearings of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and the CDC. Action will be taken. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? That appears to be unanimous. Mr. Burnside? Just kidding. Okay, now I'd like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting on Thursday, March 16th at 10:08 p.m. May I have a second? Second. All in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.